Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は64日目です。It is day 64. We're cycling through our double stack now. So usually there wouldn't be another stack of reviews, but we're going through our second cycle now, where all the masters, right, all the master set is turning over to the enlightened section. There will be a gap somewhere. I can see it's probably somewhere down here in Monday because of the leveling process, right? So we're looking at about a 200 pace each day. It's not too bad. Alright, yeah, this is as soon as, we don't really need to go over that. We're gonna hop right in. Right. I'm like the present. Alright. Hey. Lively energy. Is this the one that is still really just energy? I think so, right? Lively energy is still energy. I don't quite remember what else. Maybe liveliness, vigor, spirited. Oh, I'm not sure if spirited is in it. Let's look. Spirit. Oh, I think I'm gonna add spirited. I think that's a word I would use. From time to time if I see this character. Spirited, right? Excitable? Nah. Yeah, the liveliness, the spiritedness. Lively. Alright. That's fine. Just, we're embellishing, right? Embellishing is hunky dory.
早く
早く
社会
Shakai. I was thinking of what the entry pitch was. Shakai. You, Mr. Kaki.
活気
Kaki. 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 Hayaku. Hayaku, I guess still do early. Soon, quickly, fast. We'll go with fast. Basque. Society. Blood on a plate. Chi. The chi part.
地
Chi. Don't know.
会う
Oh. Mother pass through. Person's shape, so 人形
人形
取り出す Toridasu is to pick out or to take out. I'm gonna go with take out. It's a little bit more on the nose.
Aoi.
Aoi. Okay. I was debating on synonym disagreements or something like that.
Toridasu.
Toridasu. Napoleon. Napoleon 三世。
ナポレオン三世。
Oh. The kata, right? Katachi. Katachi. Katachi.
形。
Katachi. 300.
300。ゆ。
You? Eh?
ケイ。
A. Oh, he says it like a little different. How you spell it again? Yeah. Ah! How you spell Napoleon? Oh. Oh. Right. That's right. It's an O. English things. Oh, character is not as great on my thoughts, right? Do we go off the cross? It's humble, right? This is humble. Mosu.
申す。何人。
Nani. I don't know if I added possess to that one. Because there's a chance I might say possess type possess for that one.
Ashikubi.
Ashikubi. Let's add possess. Okay.
走る
Hiru. This human habitation? I feel like this is human habitation. Right? People's hometown. I'm gonna need to read this out. It was hitozato. Right? Hitozato. Sounds about right. It's still village. We could go default to village. I think I added others like community, housing, hitozato. Hitozato.
人里
Hitozato. If the shoe fits, you know? Shoe fits.
Ane.
Eh. Aozara, right? Aozara. Because Arozora. Because Rendaku and Kun, right? What was or is it Seizara? No, Seizara sounds awful. So isn't it definitely Aozara? Arozora. I keep saying Zara. Aozora. Right? Eh. I think we're okay. This one. What was the other one that has Zora in it? Enzora. No, Ozora. Yeah, we're fine.
青空
Satsuki, right?
同じ
Nazi.
大学生
大学生. Wait a minute. I think it's literal blue sky, right? And not sky blue. Yeah. It's in the same order. Okay, it's fine. Toshi? I think we use Toshi here. Toshishita. Yeah, Toshishita.
年下
Kan. Kangae. Kangae kata.
考え方
Kangae kata.
作る
Guru. Yes. No special rules. Katsuyoke. Yes.
活用形
Katsuyoke. Okay.
内ポケット
内ポケット。ああ。
会社
会社。
妹
妹。
何回
何回。
言い方
言い方。Oh. Hmm. 諸活。ね。諸活。Or wait. Hold. 諸活。This character, life is a character that comes around and slaps me in the face every like nearly 90% of the time. I get slapped by the life fresh character over and over again. We'll work through this at some point. Right? 生活 kind of sounds Yeah. Mm. Wait. Oh no, wait. I don't think we have Sho to begin with. It has to be Seikatsu. Why do I keep thinking this one has Sei and Sho? Oh wait, there is an there is an uncommon read for Sho. Eh? I gotta look at that character again. Seikatsu. I think it's kind of a 50-50 at this point.
生活
Let's look at Sei. Right? Yeah, Sho. Sho is one of them. Sei and Sho. But Sho is uncommon. Is that how they went about it? This one is very problematic. So we know Nama, and then the Ma. There's Nama, fresh, live, and then we have Se, and then we have the Uni stuff, and then we have I for Ikiru, like to live stuff. Yeah, Umu. So what do we have? Namabiru. Nama. Jinsei. Jinsei umareru. 1年生。先生。生きる。生まれ。学生。産む。Oh, I guess show. Oh, this is the one that I was thinking of. Show. I think that's our only show. Yeah, this is definitely one of the weakest characters. I think no contest. This is probably one of my weakest characters. Largely due to how versatile it is. Its life, right? We didn't even get introduced to all the other life characters yet. There are quite a lot of life characters. Very important concept. Looking forward to the nuance to even having confusion on synonyms. All right. What's this? Was this different? Two non-common reads, right? So sho. Or actually, maybe it's shogatsu. I feel like that's all that rings a bell to me. Shogatsu.
正月
Shogatsu. First, do it. Wait. Gakunen? Gakunen? Toshi. Gakunen. school term? School grade? Right? School year? Did I add school year for this? And is it any other read? I don't think so. I'm not even sure when this came up. It's definitely a bit back. We'll go with Gakunen.
学年
Gakunen, right? Gakunen. Just straight up school year. Or grade? School grade? Did I add night? No, I did not add night. Okay. Tanin. Tanin.
他人
Tanin. Tanin. Eagle. Lion. Top of a person. It's not as good. Okay, so lion is saliva is dropping over the person, right? The ego swoops in. From? Is this supposed to be from? So you're kind of like compared? Yeah, compared. It's from. I think from is the primary, but sense compared with. Okay, with by means of. Okay. All right. This mnemonic stuck with me quite well. It's lowercase letter. So komoji.
小文字
To fix correct or to correct it. Like to restore. No. To fix to correct. What was this? When you fix to correct, right? Make it back to being correct. Oh, no wait. Oh yeah. You're making sure. Oh, you're keeping to. Oh, okay. You're keeping to honest. Did I add school year or did... Okay, they have school year. Grade in school, year in school, school grade. I think school has to be in the phrase. Okay.
直す
Ain't no way. Seijiki. Seijiki is weird. This is the one where you use the two uncommon ones, right? So, oh, wait, yeah, Shoujiki. Why is this? Oh, honestly, seeing the Shogun make Chiki Chiki is bad. Oh, something. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, yes. Today is my birthday. That is correct. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have a cupcake. Hello there, Proko. Shoujiki.
正直
The mnemonic was, honestly, the Shogun making jiki jiki noises is a little weird. I have a cupcake here. Apparently these are very trendy and very expensive. I have a cupcake here. It's supposed to be a rainbow, I think. Right, or I mean, cloud themed. Right. Oh, we have a cupcake here for a little bit later. Or like a pack of 4. You know, it's usually said as just a way to greet someone, but if I ask, how are you today, would you answer? If so, how are you today? That's cup. Yeah, I would probably say, yeah, I'm doing pretty well. How are you today? I think we play it by ear, but most of the time I just reflect the question. No, I didn't. I got up at a little before 4 p.m. Read my emails, right? Read my emails. Read the Discord, look at investments. That's like 30 minutes. Go out for a run. Today I felt like I did a cadence run. Took a shower, ate some lobster because that's what my parents do on special days. They prepare lobster. Lobster is red. Red is a very auspicious and fortuitous color. So you consume something that is red, and with and expensive. It's kind of a superstition thing. We talked about this a little bit about Chinese superstition versus like traditionalism, and then like as compared to like spiritualism and religion, right? And then my parents went to the local bakery and bought a set of 4 custom cupcakes, and I have one of them here. And that's it. Oh, and I talked to someone I hadn't talked to for a couple of months, and maybe we'll go watch some stuff this weekend. Online friend. You're doing well. You've been chatting in some political stream before this. You like honest political debates? Intriguing. Is that an early wake up for me? No, that's the typical. That's the bottom line wake up for me. So sometimes I would wake up earlier, but bottom line is I have to get out of bed by 4 p.m. in order to see the sun before it sets as I run. Nice. You've had pancakes today, as it's the UK national holiday, Pancake Day. Wait. Hold up. Are you telling me Pancake Day is on March 4th every year? Or does that change? Is it based on the day of the week kind of holiday? Or is it literally on the year? On the day? Are you telling me my birthday lines up with National Pancake Day? Oh, it's okay. It's first Tuesday in March. Okay. I was about to say because I haven't heard that come up. So I'm guessing it was the week of the day thing. Yeah. Thanks, Procol. That would have been kind of fun. Being being aligned with National Pancake Day, I would then proceed to eat pancakes during. That would be a fun thing to do every year, to eat pancakes. Oh, and a little fun story about this is in terms of cupcakes, like things like pastries and stuff, I think I only consume like one a year. And sometimes it's not on my birthday. Sometimes we go through the whole year without eating any type of that. The closest thing to like a pastry I could see is like an egg tart. An egg tart is the closest to something like that. Come on now, every day can be pancake day. Yeah, so the reason why I'm talking about pancakes now, I mean outside of Procon mentioning it, is that in our household we do not consume regularly a lot of those things. Usually it's veggies, some sort of rice product, and fish. And occasionally some red meat. Usually chicken, fish. And then for snacks, they're of the vegetable variety. Like processed snacks are of the vegetable variety. You know, your potatoes, your taters, your corn. And then on occasion, on special occasions like this, you need some pastries. Same for breakfast. No, I don't really. Yeah, no breakfast. I consume like one and a half meals a day. Sometimes just one a day. So, um, well, technically, if you think about it, it's yes to breakfast, lunch, and dinner because that one oftentimes that's the same meal. You're surprised USA hasn't jumped at the opportunity to have a national holiday where they eat sugary foods? Well, hear me out here. I'm gonna do a reverse unit. Hear me out, Procon. I'm gonna do a Uno reverse on you. If they eat sugary foods every day, do they really need a national holiday to celebrate sugary foods? Chicken or the egg kind of situation, right? I actually enforce myself to have a bit of sugar by the end of the day for my daily routine, because if I don't have enough sugar during the day, my there's a chance I get like really bogged down or fatigue. So there's actually quite a lot less sugar in my family's diet, and my activity levels would not suggest that I should reduce any more of my sugar intake. Sometimes, you know, you get a little cloudy, your blood sugar is kind of low. I'm not diabetic, but there are times when, like, yeah, I gotta eat something sugary. Not too often though, not too often. Your family tries to stick to as close to ingredients, foods, meals. Seems like your family does too. Ingredients, foods, meals. Yeah. You mean like Whole Foods? Yeah, Whole Foods. Whole Foods have a nice texture, and like it might also be an accessibility thing, but outside of accessibility, right? The idea is that eating, if you're going to eat something many times over and whatnot, and like have some sort of sustainability, the eating should be very dynamic. It's traditionally that's how it goes. Less so about a concern about. This is one of those things, like, it's not a concern because by coincidence it's not a concern, but ultra processed foods lack specific types of quality that are normalized in a Chinese household, right? The crunch often is not there, but we still eat like potato chips and popcorn and stuff. But oftentimes to seek that color, color, different flavors in the same experience, and then like different parts of a meal have different qualities to them, texture and whatnot. In order to seek that, it just happens to be whole foods. Processing requires a lot of hoops to reproduce some of the experiences. So while my parents do have restricted diets largely because of their health, generally speaking, it's more of a coincidence than segregating a focus. Like, I don't want to make it sound like my family focuses on the type of food or some sort of like demonization of food. It's more seeking a balanced meal of sensations. If my father has high cholesterol, it's more like, so be it. They enjoy the act of eating, and eating should be good. So it's not necessarily the other type of mindset where you're avoiding something. Yeah, processing in itself is not necessarily bad, but ultra processed food generally are bad. Again, that's inconclusive. Even cutting up carrots counts as processing it technically. Yes, processing is a very loose term. And then ultra processed foods, again, needs qualification, and then processing itself needs qualification. And generalities are generalities, right? I wanted to dispel the idea that using words like bad and good tends to warp perspective, because if you're generalizing something and then you're using bad and good as a qualification for generalization, then it's often lacking enough nuance to be useful advice, right? Maybe a national holiday for healthy foods would be best. Contrary, again, this is the whole like generalization thing. Contrary to what foreigners might perceive, the United States have some of the highest investments. One of the highest investments in promoting healthy food. The thing that fits the stereotype of the United States is that accessibility to that food is incredibly expensive, or possibly non-sustainable, right? Because of you could, I guess, kind of generalize it to capitalism. But actually, one of the countries that invests the most R&D into healthy food alternatives is actually the United States. It's actually not a close contest when it comes to R&D. But the thing is, then there's the whole controversy of demonizing food because you don't understand it. So while we talk about like ultra processed food right now, quote unquote, generally bad, since we don't have a classical categorization of processing, processing might occur well before the whole thing, right? You would guess you wouldn't want to have a conversation about it, but did you see European leaders meeting with Trump? Yes, I have. I'm well aware of the situation. Yeah, you do see some naturalistic fallacies being used. Yeah. So, regardless of how much R&D you place, even from an academic standpoint, into healthy foods, it does not carb the extreme level of generalization and generalities and misinformation online. So one of the biggest is that when we think about processed foods, I consider processing involving a lot of things that aren't simply physical alteration of the food, or like, for example, a processed food could be added nutrients. And those added nutrients, like fortified rice, for example, can be demonized, largely due to the very loose categorization of process. Rice itself is incredibly processed already in its natural state, and I eat rice every day. My family eats rice every day, especially fortified rice. Actually, my family mixed 3 types of rice grains together: short grain, long grain, and wow. Is it best to wash rice? It's kind of irrelevant unless you're interested in the culinary arts. When it comes to rice, this is provided that you're not doing the worst case scenario thing where someone like goes out and say, I've heard that rice from a certain place is not real rice, that type of thing. Outside of that, right? If you're culinarily interested in texture for specific cases, the excess starch would be wise to wash off for like textual considerations, right? And my parents are very particular about it. So my father does wash specific rice and then mix 2 or 3 different types of rice together in order to have like that mouth feel. At least for me. And these aren't like nutritional advice. I'm also not a licensed dietitian. I am a former geneticist, I suppose, and I did have a particular interest in genetic modification. And yes, I'm gonna have to use that term largely because that term requires to be normalized. Something you don't understand, I totally understand that psychologically it can be very fearsome, scary, when one does not have comprehension of something. But a licensed dietitian. Dietitians are required to be licensed. So whenever you need a buzzword or a particular buzzword that needs distinction, if you're online and you're looking for like semblance of a way to tell if you have some sort of reliance on people's content, there's a very fine line between dietitian and nutritionist. So a dietitian is required of license. So I typically say I'm not a licensed dietitian, and nor am I a nutritionist, because nutritionists do not require a license to practice. That's my way of making clear that and respect for particular vetted positions. Takes a lot to want to be and also share content as a dietitian these days. Largely is quite an uphill battle with the swarms of nutritionists, right? I'm not saying that there aren't nutritionists that are equally reliable, but we have to understand that because of the lack of selection factors, there are more nutritionists than there are dietitians, right? And I do believe in some sort of balance between vetting and stuff, much like content creators. I tell people, for example, the occasional person, when I provide advice, it's not professional advice, largely to the nature that this requires zero vetting process. Like, what is the basic vetting process for a person who qualifies themselves as a language learner? It's zero. There's no bottom line. You could literally say ni hao and qualify yourself as a language learner. So that's kind of why I like to be a little bit strict about my terminology when it comes to using categorizations. I have a incredibly high respect for those people who go at it without certification or license, because that is also an uphill battle of their own. Imagine calling yourself a nutritionist and then day in and day out being questioned for your validity, largely because you do not seek licensing as a dietitian, right? But the flip side is when you say you're a dietitian, then you are under heavier certified load for consistency and standards, while at the same time swarmed and compared by association to nutritionists, right? World is weird, very weird. Like, I loosely tell myself or tell people that I worked in genetics. I'm not a geneticist in the sense of a practiced person. And also, the whole idea of using the word geneticist often implies in a connotation of working in health services, as in anything that's related to one's health. So that would be something like polygenic traits in humans, or neurodegenerative diseases, inheritable diseases, pathology of inheritable diseases, as well as food services like genetically modified organisms, for example, GMOs. Those are the typical things you get asked. And sure enough, and very interestingly enough, the last thing, although still common, that get asked is about viruses. And I happen to be someone who worked with viruses. And kind of tells you a little bit about what people care about online, don't you think? Like, first it talks about genetics, right? Genetics as in that's kind of funny. Hear me out. Like, in terms of English, right? When someone says genetics, they're talking about heritable genetics, as in progenitor genetics between humans, as opposed to other genetics, other areas of genetics. And that kind of speaks volume to what is interesting to people. Disease, the things we take for granted, like virology, viruses. In fact, that kind of leads to another political, controversial topic to this day, right? Heart pass on making commentary, but generally, vaccines would come into, the daily bot, right? Anti-inflation liquor or liqueur. Yep, our daily bot, reminding us that we are live on Twitch as well. Once again, lobbying from grain industries led to a very misleading view on diet with the food pyramid. Yes, that's a long, deep thing. I think it is an absolute wonderful. I can think of at least seven, yes, seven excellent video essays and 2 documentaries on the history of the food pyramid. And it's definitely a really interesting topic. Now, here's the thing though. The grain industry, and then that misleading view, we also have to remember that there was also incomplete information. Right? It's no more as leading as thinking the sun revolved around the earth, in my opinion. Now that is not to diminish that these things are very great learning lessons, and then conflicts of interest, and trying to segregate conflict of interest with disseminating information that may impact a whole generation of people. It still happens to this day, right? It still happens to this day. But I would guess the advice now is more scientifically based. Yes, now that scientific information has been incentivized after the fact, we have to understand also that in a continuum of events, certain events that are looked at as misleading is coming from the consequence of those events, and that leads to the innovation that follows, right? For example, the internet. If the algorithm did not exist, we would not have these dialogues about how the algorithm is incredibly deleterious, or arguably arguably deleterious to youth, right? So not necessarily in the sense of maliciousness, but of self-interest is what created misleading views. Human actions deal with pragmatism, right? And your general interest, the conflict of interest, generates these consequences. When viewing it from that angle, I think there's an opportunity for different groups to reach a compromise when conflict of interest occurs. When we take the internet approach these days of echo chamber, expressing and demonizing extreme polarized hatred by ascribing ad hominem arguments that are simply not true, like, hey, these guys are so interested in their own business that they are willing to deliberately harm other people intentionally, that would be an hyperbolic polarized statement, right? And I think that type of thing is becoming the barrier to proper innovation and compromise on consequences. But again, humans, when faced with incredible large layers of like a critical critical mass of crises, you kind of still come back down and negotiate some compromise. So we'll see how the internet algorithm, right, the algorithmic applications will lead to a reform too. One might even argue that the dissemination of information, the very core aspect of resolving misleading views, corollary data, interpretations, is under under advisement now, right? The core aspect of being able to even solve problems, misleading views, sorting that type of thing is in the centerfold. Like, I almost feel this is a little bit biased. I almost feel that this supersedes anything that comes after. Lots of the things that we're talking about now are downstream of the accessibility of understanding one's own motivation, behavior, and the way they think. But we are living in a society now in which the very first couple steps of thinking about your interest and the potential conflict of interest, your well-being, and all sorts of information that you have access to is the talking topic. And I feel like things like whether ultra processed foods are healthy or not, or can be moderated or counteract, and we are indeed, is kind of downstream of where you're getting the information. So that's kind of why most of the time I focus on that type of topic prior to engaging in specific political agendas or maybe controversial topics. The top 3 life expectancies are all Asian countries, which I think their diet is a major reason for that. That is what the current body of literature may suggest. The current body of literature may point to that one of the significant reasons for increased for longer life expectancy in Asian countries are Asian, right? It does not say, again, we have to keep in mind that life expectancy does not reveal a quality of life, right? It also does not include physical activity. It does not include restricted decorum cultural practices. And it does not include family and interpersonal relationship factors. You may even argue, for example, here's one that's from left field. You may argue that someone who lives alone may, with a culture that has an incredibly efficient work culture, may live longer than someone who raises a family of 3, become stressed and like, for example, female life expectancy, how much that would affect the life expectancy, right? And also the quality of that life expectancy. There's often a talk about, would you want 60 good years or 40 good years and 40 not so good years? Do you consider a virus to be living? I've heard some debates on that. Yes. You have to qualify it. So anything that is a selfish particle that enables the or RNA world. I'm probably gonna just say RNA world for now. Viruses have the capacity to to act as precursors for existing components that qualify as living things. So that is where the debate lies, right? At the moment, there's a debate largely due to incomplete information. However, due to more and more information, you can demonstrate like a route of evolutionary process that involves taking something that is qualified as a virus or something very synonymous or analogous to a virus particle, like a virus entity, that ultimately produces the same effects as like proteinaceous compounds. And those proteinaceous compounds are the foundational building blocks of living organisms. But generally speaking, self-replication is the thing that limits the virus, the fundamental virus is a living thing categorization. Can viruses rely entirely on its own elements? And that's where the debate is, because there are RNA related structures out there that can promote its own replication over time. So it is hotly debated. In a hotly debated in the sense that it's not a popular topic in the grand scheme of things, but within the field of virology, you certainly have those debates. Lobbying in the US seemed to be far more worse than the Europe. Okay, this is referring to the wheat industry. That's fair. That's interesting that when you say that you didn't talk about maliciousness from it, yeah, or maliciousness causing contributing to it. Yeah, I don't usually like to associate that there are organizations of people who collectively are malicious. Call it naive, but oftentimes I believe in the human condition. There are organizations that are collectively selfish, but not openly, outwardly malicious, right? I think humans deserve more credit than being generalized as like unredeemable, unredeemably cruel and heartless. I think that type of thing requires a little bit of a humble slap. A figurative humble slap and sobering counterthought. Oftentimes, it's a conflict of interest. One of the most consistent things about the human condition is self-interest. And a collective group, any form of collective group, operates on self-interest. And that conflict of interest is what leads to a potential perception of open hostility or maliciousness against another group, right? If they so identifies. Open maliciousness, like when we're talking about the way people talk about malicious intent, is often borderline borderline sociopathy, right? They're talking about sociopathy, where, oh yeah, this entire company is absolutely 100% heartless. They are machines that went well beyond human capacity, right? Where they have no ounce of guilt, consciousness, or any form of, well, then how are they self-interest? It's very difficult to appreciate if someone is capable of being selfish and yet not capable of it's all of the above. What I'm saying is there's probably some I thought of being malicious, my thought is when you place a bunch of people together, now the internet could completely uproot this idea, but when you collectively have a large group of people, one would hope, I would hope, I'm not going to speak for other people, I would hope that with a substantial number of people, the odds of all of them being openly malicious goes way down, right? I don't want to believe in a world where humanity is more likely to be malicious than they are selfish. I think the word selfish can be normalized in the sense that what's best for me may not be best for another person. And that conflict of interest requires that we do not dehumanize either side in order to reach a better compromise in which it may serve as a, all right, I'll take the L, the slight L today for your W tomorrow, that kind of thing. Without that bridge or that understanding, keeping humanization, making sure that you're still looking at people and large groups of people as, for the lack of a better word, people, that would be very difficult to circumvent any form of open discussion. And what you have a lot of times is, I want to say this as serious and humbly as possible, and also be aware that I am not someone who was raised in wartime. However, war is what happens when you no longer treat each other or each group like human beings. You start looking at them like, a poetic example would be like on the internet, how an entire generation can be raised on the idea that everyone else is but a number. Pure facts, objectivity is fantastic when it works. It is incredibly alarming and concerning when it's used to reduce another human being to an object, to a set of list of numbers, right? Would the self-interest not sometimes lead to malicious behavior? It may. But we're talking about people who are inherently malicious, right? Or do you think it's unhelpful to try and find out? I think it's very important to try and find out what is the motivation behind the malicious behavior. But the thing is, we're talking about people who are inherently malicious without motivation. That's what I'm thinking of. Like, people talk about other people as though the malicious behavior came first, and then it motivates everything else. A chicken or the egg problem. Like, oh, this person is inherently malicious. That's why everything they do is malicious. So regardless of what they do, like their self-interest, trying to get by, excuse me, and like, those are ad hominem arguments, right? Oh, this person's greedy. So in fact, no matter what they do after is perpetuated by that greed, not the other way around. Like, you rarely view in the way like, why is this person greedy? Null hypothesis testing, I suppose. It's a null hypothesis thing. I think the fact we naturally live in tribes lead us to have some selfishness. Yes, that's in group out group thing. In smaller groups we identify with, while also maybe lead to selfishness on a larger scale, due inexperience or enough time to naturally orient it, be selfless on that scale. I think it's against human condition to be selfless. uh that's predicating on the person not requiring anything else. So being aware of that is a human capacity that could be leveraged. I wouldn't fault someone for being selfish. I'm not saying it's good or bad or desirable, but that would be very naive to think that someone inherently is free of selfishness or capable of that. You're back? Oh, you were gone for a little bit. What are you talking about in terms of objectivity? Dehumanizing. Objectivity is the act of... It does exist. Objectivity does exist. It doesn't exist for someone who believes is a state of 0 and 1s. Most things don't exist or exist based on someone who wants to view things not on a spectrum, but as 0 and 1s. So the key word that's missing from objectivity when it says exists or not is you're talking about true objectivity or pure objectivity, and then true subjectivity and pure subjectivity. That's 0s and 1s. But objectivity exists because it exists on a spectrum. Do you think there are people that are inherently malicious? Again, 0 and 1s. Are there people that exist that are inherently malicious? Yes. I mean, if we're talking about the permutations and probability of outliers, then there's probably one. It's possible, right? Is it highly improbable? Possibly, but it's still possible. So asking if something exists or you need an instance of something, I would say it's probably easier to confirm by looking for a single case than not. That is a question predicated on confirmation bias, right? If there are people that are inherently malicious, does that mean you view does that give you the reason to use that as a case for arguing that most people are malicious? Also, did you not answer my question about Trump meeting because you missed it, or I already did? I do keep up with it. We don't talk about, there's nothing to talk about. Nothing happened. The whole Trump talking with, I guess you're talking about the Trump meeting with, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Zelensky or something like that from the Ukraine. I guess that's what you're talking about from the other stream. I don't have any comments on it because things didn't happen. At least didn't happen in the regards of like policies. There's a lot of posturing. Yeah, there's quite a lot of posturing, and that is certainly part of the political activity, right? What do I think? Well, if you're asking me for maybe like a commentary on that, is I hope the best case scenario resolves itself. I don't have enough political knowledge to make any further commentary on that, other than knowing that an impasse was reached at the moment, and quite a lot of posturing, like optics posturing right now. Yeah, you can imagine some genetic mutations linked to complete lack of empathy and or drive. Yeah, so it's possible. What does posturing mean in that context? Who's more important? Who's throwing their weight around more? Who has better optics? Saving face. Oh, face culture. Posturing. Lots of posturing. Right? Let's take an analogy that is a little bit away from the politics. Imagine a throne room. An elf and a dwarf and a human being walked in. They are the leaders of their respective race. And they sat down and they entered a discussion about what each of their race has to offer. They would enter a long period of posturing each other in order to figure out who has more influence. Lots of posturing. Or I would say a Game of Thrones. That's kind of what the idea of Game of Thrones was. It's intrigue. Lots of intrigue. So optics, lots of battle of posturing for optics at the moment. Until they like present some sort of thing that can inform me about something, then I probably have no comfortable commentary on the current political climate between the recent meetings. Right. You don't know how it's perceived in the US, obviously, but I really feel in Europe a lot is actually happening based on the latest developments at all levels, country, businesses, and people. That's fair. You're talking about a lot of things that are not relevant to the thing that I'm talking about, though. And I'm talking about the war. So what I mean is, yeah, certainly those optics can influence other people's considerations, but if they're strictly talking about commentary on it, I can make a lot of commentary on how everything else is being affected. Whether they are associated or coinciding with these things is beyond me. So you can argue everything is happening because of that. Like this very conversation we're having is a consequence of that. So you could say, yes, this is actually happening, but if everything is actually happening after the fact. So I personally would say I agree with you. And I don't think that deal has anything to do with the US or the Europe. Everything actually happens as a consequence of optics. I was trying to be very specific to what probably most people are asking, and that is dealing specifically with what that conversation was about. Fair enough. You wish more people would admit, as you did, that they are not well informed enough to comment on these issues. Yeah, I really... the sources of the news that I have gotten are presented to me by the algorithm. So I watched 3 different coverages of YouTube. So it's an American corporation. It's also, I don't know if you guys got an ad for Ground News, but the idea of political alignment and where your sources are, for me, I'm already well aware that they have certain political lean on these sources, and the 3 sources that covered it is out of convenience. I watched the coverage through 3 places offered by the YouTube algorithm, and all 3 of them are American run sources, and they do lean left. So you can take that for what it is. Does it affect my perceptions? Not really. I wanted to see what was recorded. I wasn't necessarily paying attention to the commentary. So even when I say I'm revealing and admitting that I don't have enough information, I'm also not interested enough in all the spins on it. I wanted to see what they actually said. So that's the only thing I'm aware of, which is the recordings that they were offered to me. And what I saw was 2 people posturing, especially with cultural interest, a conflicting cultural interest. That's probably as much as I can say. What was done about it was, I don't think there was anything politically done about it. The consequences of it is unbelievable. Like, it's everywhere. So like Gecko said, regardless of whether something actually happened in that room, everywhere else things are most definitely happening. right? I would be very, very negligent if in the world of the internet, in the post-internet world, where something happens that big does not have a ripple effect on everything else, right? So yes, you could argue that everything happens, nearly everything now happens if the optics are large enough on the internet. And what does that mean meaningfully to me? Well, when IShowSpeed posts a video, everything happens after that. So I don't want to trivialize something. The internet is incredibly strong when it comes to echo chambers. So it can feel like everything actually happens because of it. And it is very important to keep that in mind. How does that work? I have no idea. Like, I do not have enough time in my life to be able to ascertain at all levels of something. But that is a huge, bold statement that I can't qualify as a human being, as a singular person. That's kind of like saying everything happens because of everything, and I can't explain everything. So what I can explain is what I witnessed, or what I can share is what I witnessed. I'm not asking you to reveal if you do, but do you feel well informed enough to identify what you land on the political spectrum? Moderate. I said this So political spectrum is a 3-dimensional tesseract with a dimension of the 4th dimension inclusion of over time. So moderate is a centrist. Moderate. The word is moderate. I don't think centrist is an accurate term because centrist would mean it's on one dimension. Moderate, as in X dimension, Y dimension, Z dimension, and your X squared plus Y squared dimension, your dimension of time, moderate. It goes back and forth constantly. You have to compare a lot of things, and it's a miserable time. Come join me in moderacy. That's the best way I can say. It's like the center. You're constantly feeling inadequate because there's too much to consider, but you're gonna try anyways. Moderate. That's the best way to describe it, at least in my opinion. I'm obviously being a little bit joking about it. It's the state of mind where you feel like, okay, I'm gonna try my best to understand this, but I'm ultimately going to feel disappointed and overwhelmed by what I have to know. So in the end, I will speak very politically agreeable while trying to form some form of opinion. The political streamer you just watched had a sponsor section with Ground News. Yeah, most places have a sponsorship with Ground News now. Ground News is kind of like how do I say it? Ground News have combined the void in demand of a place with the concern that I had, and then use the strategic strategies like Raycons and Ridge Wallet and Vessi's footwear and I don't know, Squarespace. So they took on the business model of that while clearly offering a service that is raised against the rising concerns, and I kind of like it. Konbanwa, Mattia. It is my birthday today, Mattia. I feel it's a sad time to be a moderate. Moderate doesn't sell. Moderate doesn't make headlines. Moderate does not resonate with algorithms well. Yeah, if you're a moderate, like what I mean by this is, don't identify yourself as a moderate. You don't really identify yourself as a moderate. You more so, I want a little of column A, column B, column C, column D, and you form the best opinion you can have with the information you have, right? But, and this is a gigantic but with like 5 T's long. It's a big but. T, right? The big but is you're going to sit there and you're going to feel like, I'm not sure if that's correct. I'm not sure if that's the best. And I know I'm going to be hated by everyone on a higher lean. So whatever comes out of your mouth, right, is going to have some sort of attachment, like some sort of attention gathering thing. So if I say something about, I just mentioned GMO, right? If I say something about GMO, I'm going to end up trying my best to disseminate all the information I know about GMO, and anyone who's on a further lean is going to find and pick apart the part that they disagree with. When I'm demonstrating my transparency in my information, and that's it. Like, and someone's gonna come out and say, well, you didn't discuss this part well enough because I'm more interested in this part. So you're right, because it sucks having to feel like you need to know most of the stuff and you can't, or you can try, and I'll continue to try, right? That's kind of the best explainer for being a moderate. You're just not good at anything. You're not well informed enough, at least in my opinion. But what I can say is, it's not going to stop me from trying. You get clarity when you start taking a side, right? Also, what's considered left and right wing differs between, say, America and Europe. The European political spectrum has shifted a bit to the left compared to the US. That's apples and oranges. You made a cyclic argument. You just said what's considered left and right wing differs between, say, America and the Europe. If they differ, you can no longer compare them. Right? In order for them to differ, they don't lean. They have to be agreeable on the same thing. And I can tell you now that the way, at least minimum, right? Minimum X and Y, the 4-dimensional political spectrum, those classifications don't even line up between Europe and the United States. Like what's labeled as this and what's being labeled as that. So when you say it shifts to the left, they don't. The United States and Europe, like you said, differs when what's considered left and right. The essence of left and right, wherever that thing is already different. So if you say Europe leans a little to the left, you don't even know what that means anymore. The United States and Europe can't even agree on what's left. That reminds me of a quote. After a contradiction, everything follows. Interesting. Well, can you explain that quote a little bit to me? This is off topic, but did you look at brain function and hormones and whatnot when studying at university? Yes, we looked at it, but that's more of a background information. Like you are responsible for endocrinology is probably what I would say. Maybe neurobiology, but endocrine, like the endocrine system, not as a specialist. Like I didn't study the endocrine system or like and the interface with the nervous system, right? And neurobiology, because neurobiology is its own specialization in the brain, but most of the scientists would have some sort of foundation on the overall brain function and how they interact with the endocrine system, which is where the hormones and different reactions like dopamine, endorphins, your epinephrine. You need to know like your parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system, that type of thing. But no more than that. No more than what you're supposed to know in any scientific field after a bachelor's degree in science. But it gets reviewed again, right? Basics, foundations. Knowledge also changes over time. Am I aware of Alex O'Connor? No. No, I am not. Is this like a trend? Is this echo chamber things? Are we talking about cult status stuff? Probably echo chamber related things, if that's, I imagine is an echo chamber thing. Not that it's a bad or a good thing. Like, it's probably dealing with like a group leader of something. Identify seems to get a different definition in politics. It seems to go beyond just looking at beliefs and then seeing what category they best match. That would be ideal, but it didn't. And more to something you super glue yourself to, yeah, adhere to, which is why I'm hesitant to say identify. Yes, yeah. You can compare what is considered a left-right wing view between, yes, you can. First, you can compare those first. Then tell someone which way they lean. But you didn't do that. Pro call. You said the left and right wing are perceived differently, and then you went to tell me that they lean further to the left. But you did not tell me how they differ first. So those are two different steps. It's a leap of logic for me to understand you, what you mean by Europe leans to the left, when you told me that the US and Europe have differing views of left and right. So we would have to study that first, which I don't know. I actually do not understand that. I, by coincidence though, watched a shortened, abbreviated video on the United States perceived political spectrum on a three-dimensional axis, not on a one-dimensional axis. So not left and right, but left, right, up, down, and in and out. So a diamond X, Y, and Z axis, not left and right. And even that was nearly incomprehensible to me. So yeah, I agree, it's pretty different. You can still look at which European political parties support which American party, and that gives you somewhat of an idea of where they stand on a bunch of topics. That's fair. So now we're comparing political parties. We're no longer comparing spectrums, right? So now we're comparing political parties. Political parties are entities that are different from a political spectrum because they might bear different names. For example, in American history, the Republicans are not the Republicans of today, which is not the Republicans of 20 years ago, which is also not the Republicans of 40 years ago. In fact, the same note and the same political party no longer ends up on the same political spectrum. So even historically, we don't even have to talk about future or what I don't know now. I do know what has already happened in history, and that when you use political identifiers on a spectrum, they do not correlate with the political parties. So when a European political party is aligned with an American, you can create that comparison because you kind of know they overlap in some way. When you're placing them on a political spectrum, then we need to understand what the political spectrum is. And if the political spectrum is different, then regardless of what you said, like the political parties to the left, I don't know what that means anymore. Because if the United States and Europe have different labels and different identification of what is considered left and right, I don't know what it means. Like, what I could gather from what Prokal said was that they're different. That's as most as I can get, right? Europe is in a different direction than the United States. Whichever direction that is. Left, right, up, down, in, out, any direction. It's irrelevant, largely because they're different. So I totally agree with you, Gecko. You can definitely compare political parties. And those political parties will have different names and identifiers. The reason oh, that's where the quote is. Oh, intriguing. Let me read that quote again. What was the quote? It was contradiction. Something about contradiction, everything follows. After a contradiction, everything follows. I kind of like it. I don't know what it means particularly in the context of Alex O'Connor, but kind of like it. It's very it piques a lot of thoughts, right? It's a interesting rhetoric, not just a quote, but it serves as a very interesting rhetoric to think about. After contradiction, everything follows. The reason you were asking about hormones is that when I sniffed something that looked like flour, it made me want to talk a lot. It made socializing something extremely rewarding. Do you know what hormone or chemical in the brain that may be doing that? That's intriguing. Sniffed a flower that looks like flour. So that's interesting. I would say that's so complicated. I think these things are very cross-modal. So you've already listed a bunch of senses, right? You did an action, you saw something, right? You saw something. You probably also smell something, right? Like, it's a lot of cross-modal things. So I know what that kind of sounds like visually from a third-person perspective, but it's whatever a stimulant is, probably. Maybe a little, maybe whatever triggers lower inhibition. I have no idea what hormones or chemical makeup that deals with a lower of inhibition, right? And then an increase in reward center would probably be, you're saying, extremely rewarding. So, dopamine is a classical hormone that deals with reward centers. However, inhibition is interesting. Maybe a stimulant or a depressant of some sort, but I don't know. That's an interesting feeling. Flower, huh? I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the general effects of a stimulant is what I would think. Not that this is professional medical advice. Yeah, I understand your point now. I cannot answer the difference, and so retract your second statement. That's fine. I think the United States, I think I'm in agreement with you that the position that Europe is in is different from the position that the United States is in. While at the same time, Gecko can make an argument that there are agenda and topics that overlap between the American Party and one of the American parties and one of the European parties. If you were given, say, 2 years to plan, would you accept an offer to be in charge of making the rules as who cannot be in a political position of power in the United States? Absolutely not. I would be devastated. I am personally incredibly ill-equipped. I would die of anxiety. I didn't self-select myself into policy making. I am a terrible leader, and I'm poorly equipped where I am a terrible leader and a terrible policymaker. I trade those things off for what I am today. And I believe that those things are not mutually inclusive of each other. So the skills that I have today and the stuff that I talk about today and how I approach problems make me ill-equipped for a position of power that requires that. It is inherent and is very well known historically that anyone who participates, most of the people who participates in like a scientific field that deals with observations and then gathering patterns based on observations, inherently have incredible large amount of conflicts of interest when taking political positions of power. And I, unfortunately, stereotypically, I am one of those people as well. So I would probably die after 2 years before even recognizing what I could do. Figuratively, I would die inside. It would eat me alive and probably crush me with social anxiety. I talk a lot, I converse a lot, and I try to create empathy, but a person who's incredibly empathetic is very, very indecisive, incredibly indecisive, especially when you're trusted with leading an entire country, right? So yes, when you think about that, it's oxymoronic, right? It's a paradox. The objective thinking and moderacy and stuff is something that is shouldered by a politician who also needs to make decisions. It's an incredibly, like Gecko mentioned in a passing comment, it's impressive that there are even moderates that hold political power. They literally age. Like those people age like 30 additional years for every single term. You can watch the age, the politics eat the person away physically and possibly mentally. So I'm not ready for that. Okay. Gecko is going to be heading out soon, so my understanding is that the current Republican Party tends to align with far-right parties in Europe, and the Democrats, the American left, with central-right European parties. Okay. I'll have to look into that. I don't know a lot about political ideologies. Therefore, the European left has no US equivalent, which is probably what Procol meant. Oh, okay. That's a great way to place it, Gecko. But the European left has no, and then that's what makes it different, and it sticks out. Well, thank you. With all this fun talk, I think you'll go to bed and dream of a simpler and better world. I hope you get a dream of a better and simpler world, Gecko. Sometimes I dream of sitting in a cornfield with like 3 or 4 different types of people who I have no idea who they are and what they are, but they love to exist by looking at the same cornfield and the same sunset, right? That's a simpler and better world, I suppose. And then when you wake up and be ready for all the crazy thoughts to come back, right? Have a great night, Gecko. Oyasumi nasai, Gecko. What a way to celebrate a birthday stream by engaging in a topic I typically don't engage in, right? Actually, I engage in it quite a lot. Most people just don't like my responses and then they dip. My responses are not opinionated enough for a lot of people, especially when it comes to politics, and religion and whatnot. It's you found where it came from. It's the principle of explosion. Look up the principle of explosion if it interests you. Okay. I'll make a note for next time when we talk. The principle of explosion. Okay. That'll be a birthday read. I'll check that out. Thank you for the suggestion. Coca-Cola is what I meant by flour. Yeah, I'm trying to phase it out without going against POS. Yes. I understand. Yeah, but not the drink Coca-Cola. We might as well. So whenever you drink Coca-Cola, it provides you with a lower of inhibition and an increase in reward center. My thought about that is that I really hope that little by little you can do that anytime without a crutch, right? If there's any man, I'm gonna say this like really supposed to be, I'm not very masculine by nature, but I'm gonna say this in a very jokingly way. It would be such a masculine alpha move if one day, like maybe a year down the line, 2 years down the line, you're like, I don't even need this. This stuff is weak. I can do this anytime, right? And that's what I have to say about that, right? Whether you understand it or not, it is kind of nice if there was a way to explain these kind of things. And I don't know how the hormones work with it. I did have a colleague that worked in that area to study addiction. Like they studied addiction, behavioral addiction at the cross of neurobiology. It was really fun watching her talk about the seminar because it was a lot different from all my other colleagues who worked in molecular. It is still part of the molecular thing, but it was more neurobio. Hopefully you don't need that stuff in the future, right? I'm trying to be macho, but I'm terrible at being macho. Like, man up, you know? Like, it would be such an alpha move when you're like, nah. Screw that. I'm stronger than that. And that's as macho as I'm gonna get. So I don't usually use that very often, but I thought maybe it's a very appropriate place. Maybe it's just a general effect of stimulants. I like to think it is. I'm not sure if depressants is the thing that helps you relax. Like a depressant is how like for example, alcohol, right? When you drink alcohol, it's alcoholic beverages is a classically known depressant, and that depressant relieves your inhibitions because it's lowering the function, like, you know, the heightened function about being very rigid and due diligence. So it can be a combination of things. I don't know enough, but the lowering of inhibition tends to be associated with a consumption of depressants. However, the reward center tends to be a stimulant. So I have no idea. It sounds like it's far more complicated than that, and that makes sense because it's an active field of study at the moment. And the brain is weird. Brain is still a black box to me. Would you put any rules in place if you could? Say even something like they must go through a brain scan to see if they're indicators of sociopathy? Ugh. That's a selection process, right? Hear me out. If, and it's a big if collectively in the world we are able to discern what is the root of sociopathy, right? Hands down, somehow magically defying all laws of human observation, we are 100% sure the indicators of sociopathy, then 70% yes, 30% no. I would lean yes. But the big if is the thing that is unrealistic, right? Making a decision that can potentially be discriminatory with incomplete information is something, it's a tough ask for me. That's why I'm a terrible politician, or a terrible policymaker. Asking someone who needs asking a person who needs like what one like a 99 point, like a confidence interval that is unheard of, apply to human things, is why I didn't study humans in the first place. Like, I like psychology, I love sociology and anthropology as a hobby. Like, I study those things, but I don't use those things to actively present and influence other people, because I work in a lab with viruses and my confidence interval is like 99.95, or like the adherence is really, really high, right? At least one per like 10 parts per thousand is the least tolerable thing. So when you're asking, hey, should we create a policy that's based on some corollary data that's not entirely accurate, but it's going to form a policy that's a yes or no, I'm dead with anxiety. The moment I sign something like that is the moment I will live and question my actions for the rest of my life. There's a reason. Yeah, okay. I don't mind talking about politics and religion. But the thing is, when I talk about politics and religion, what happens a lot of time is other people are far more powerful than me. So what does that do in terms of what I can contribute to the discussion? Pretty much nothing. Like, I probably agree with most, or like, I see your point. Someone else comes in, it's like, I see your point. And then the two of them will start arguing. It's like, whose side are you on? I have no idea. I see that person's point. I see your point. Can we compromise? And, both sides or three sides or four sides will say, no, we can't compromise. It's obvious that we're on the right side. And I'm like, well, then I become a bystander, right? When you're someone like kind of in the middle, you kind of just get hated by everyone, and you also can't make any decisions. What does that look like? Well, we'll go away from politics now a little bit, but being American-born Chinese is very, very helpful analogy, right? For example, here's a great question: how often are multicultural people more likely to hold political positions and leadership positions than monocultural people? That's a great question, right? Empathy sucks. I'm gonna say that empathy is not pragmatically appropriate a lot of times for clarity. So, especially someone coming from a multicultural background. Now, hear me out. I'm not all the multicultural people. So there are other people that might differ. And this is why I deflate all my opinions, because I'm sure there's someone out there, there are people who can take a leadership position. To me, though, it takes a lot of admirable skill and persistence. Like, I admire people who are willing to take that burden of sitting down, spending 4 to 5 times even more consideration at every single decision made. I can't see myself doing that. It's already devastating enough that I can't be studying using Boon Pro, Satori Reader, MAKU, and also be having a conversation with someone on Italki while learning Japanese all at once, right? This might seem a little bit more trivial, But to me, I do not see a difference in line than making a policy that have to consider 4 or 5 different things and then deciding on one. The nice thing about language learning is that people don't see me often as having an impact on their life, right? What I do is either insignificant to them and or I might ruffle their feathers because they disagree with me. That's the idea. But making a policy that impacts a bunch of people's lives, I'm not even a doctor, right? I didn't even make medical decisions. I have to be realistic here. Even a medical doctor would probably make a lot more clarified decision making based on corollary data or incomplete information than myself. I am most certainly not qualified to be making decisions based on the best type of information. Yeah. Do I get any presents for birthday? We do not do gift giving since adulthood. Well, we as in my family. My family don't immediately do gift giving. Actually, and adulthood is kind of a sketch. Like I need to qualify adulthood. We do not do gift giving after like the age of 16, something like that. So what? In alternative, like you might be saying, oh, then you don't ever buy anything. We buy things when we need them. So if my sister randomly calls me up now and it's like, hey, I'm stopping by. I need a new laptop. I'll buy the laptop for her. That's how it goes. Being together and living together, or like knowing that each other are in good health, that's our birthday present to each other, right? Knowing that we still get to spend another year, or we spent another year plus together, or like knowing that we still exist. I understand that present giving is a very important cultural exchange for a lot of people, but for us, the best gifts we already have. Not to say that I don't receive gifts. However, funny enough, I think most of my friends have come to accept that as a normal thing. I still from time to time give gifts to my to maybe like further friends out, but my closest friends, they might participate in gift giving, but for me and for me specifically, you don't see it too often. But I happily accept gifts, and I will tend to see if I can return the favor, right? And you might be saying, oh, return the favor. It's like, well, yes, it's a favor. I get the privilege of receiving a gift, and so happens you should receive a gift back. That's probably more my American side. I've been around. Yeah. Yes, the Reform Party in UK, which is considered far right, is most in line with the Republican Party, while the main right-wing conservative aligns closer to Democrats. Ah, okay. So that's what. Yeah. So Gecko knows where you're coming from. It does help with the clarity. Yeah. I still don't know what those political parties represent. Of course, because I don't read into that too much, like what the current platforms are. I'm not saying to be apolitical. I'm not apolitical, as in I don't care about politics. I do want to make that clear. I think being informed about things around your life is very important. There's a difference between being disinterested and being limited in knowledge, right? Or being less prone to being up to date. I am out of date with political parties. That suggestion is your birthday present to you? Oh, the suggestion for the Alex O'Connor thing? Okay. Oh, and that's very interesting. As soon as you said that, a voice in my head said, I don't need it now, which obviously is something that I'll have to put in a lot of effort to figure out whether I'm dependent on it or not. Yeah, I hope you don't need it. If you do, I hope you need it less each and every day. And honestly, much like moderation, there are going to be times that are very rough. You can use it as a safety net. I know this is not professional advice, right? But this is more of understanding that it can, if you're dependent on something now, not being dependent on it allows it to be an option, right? It's kind of like someone who has trouble sleeping and they found that sleep aids help. However, I encourage a person to constantly improve themselves over time. And one day you're like, you definitely can't sleep. You still have the sleep aid, right? You still have the sleep aid. So that is kind of how I feel about it. You can do better each and every day, and you can know and learn all the things you have seen work. And that gives power, right? Again, addiction and dependency relapse is very real, right? Relapse is very dangerous. So you must, in my opinion, treat it as a final option, a bottom line option. But you can do so much more than that, at least in my opinion. Like calling yourself an introvert and then deciding to use that as an excuse for not practicing interpersonal communication is a bottom line. Like one day you're just like, oh, I'm so exhausted. You can tell someone, of course, you can tell someone like, oh, sorry, I'm introverted and I'm a little exhausted today. Please excuse me while I go and recharge my batteries, right? However, every other day you're going to try to use that less, right? Like, oh, you know what? I want to change this. I don't want to use that same excuse. So then you use it less, but you always have the backup, right? It's a backup. So things that deal with that type of thing is what I mean by a self-improvement. Consistently being aware of your vices and or things that you are undesirable per se, or dependency. However, you don't necessarily have to demonize it to the extent that you beat yourself down every time it happens. It gives room for improvements while also saying, well, I know what this is going to do to me. At least I know the reality of the like the picture. And you would only be around 70% with absolute certainty? Yes. I don't even want to put numbers anymore. Yeah, like absolute certainty. Because it's so multifaceted. Like, think about what sociopathy... Okay. Hear me out. Where do you think sociopathy might be practical? So, like, this comes into the value of life, right? So, people who are purely objective, do you feel like that's a form of sociopathy? That's why I'm saying 70%. Or do you like to make yes and no determinations on people's well-being and life and qualifications? That's like Gattaca level of science fiction right now, where you use someone's genetic disposition or genetic makeup as a determinant of their limitations and potential in life. That almost sounds sociopathic. It almost takes a sociopathic point of view to say you're 100% certain that this is absolutely the case that you would use. At least in my opinion. Like, it would be almost paradoxical to have someone say, I'm absolutely 100% sure that I like to eliminate someone's rights and liberties and privilege as a human being 100%. I think it's like a pot calling the kettle black. At least from my perspective. Do you think being very empathetic leads you away from logical evaluation when it comes to issues when empathy can be applied? Absolutely. And that is largely why I don't provide professional advice while streaming. I'm looking for empathetic connections when I'm streaming, and when I do discussions, it's predicated on empathy. So I use analogies and things that are relatable. Sometimes that can obscure logical evaluations. So like offering advice and stuff based on how I feel about you is inappropriate a lot of times, or maybe can obscure that, right? And since I don't take any professional liability for my conversations and topics like political things and whatnot, since I have no professional obligations, there's also not an adherence to being unempathetic and also adherent to logical evaluations at the expense of being empathetic. Being a political leader may actually require a lot of that. If I'm overly empathetic or sympathetic, there is a threshold that can impede logical evaluation, and that deals with policy making as well. I don't believe that I myself, I mean, some people could say I'm selling myself short, perhaps, but I don't think I'm particularly qualified to do that type of thing, largely because of empathy. My 20-year-old self might be a little different. Now it's makes everything more complicated. Most things more complicated. Not everything, but most things more complicated. I'll be interested to find out how you evaluate the effectiveness of a learning technique for yourself, and the conclusion you come to would differ to evaluating that same technique in the context of advising that technique for someone else to use, as I think empathy would come into play for that. Yes, I always provide the efficacy and the recommendation of techniques in the context of that person, not my own self. How I review video games, I tend to try to compartmentalize most of that stuff. So when I think about video games, it's never significantly, when I write things, it's never significantly from one perspective. And therefore, as well, I'm entirely very inefficient at being persuasive. I'm rarely persuasive. The thing that makes me seem like I'm persuasive is oftentimes I'm neutralizing, I'm moderating a person. So for example, when someone is inherently really, really negative about themselves, I'm moderating the negativity, as in I'm bringing them into a moderate state. So it might seem like I'm a positive person, but I'm not. I'm trying to bring him back to center. So the more extreme I encounter on someone, right? Like if someone's really sad, it will make me look like I'm very positive, but I'm not. I'm a mix of positive and negative things. The idea is that person's perspective is everything is negative. So anything less negative is consistently less negative. I don't sway back and forth. I'm very consistent. And then when someone's very positive, it might seem like I'm very negative, but I'm nowhere negative than someone who's like depressive. And that makes it seem sometimes that I sound objective, right? Like, so this is the appearance. It's a lot of relatives here where I sound objective sometimes is largely because I'm focused on being inclusive, but I don't have an open opinion. Like, so it's not very helpful when someone who's relatively healthy, has opinions, are juggling stuff, I'm less interesting. There's really nothing that I have to offer because I don't strongly feel one way or the other. There are a few things that I strongly feel about, and I make them fairly clear. Problem solving and critical thinking, not optional. It's not optional. It's arguably one of the best gifts of being born a human being. If you decide that I don't want to think about this, I don't want to try to solve things, then to me, you're giving up the one thing, that one of like 3 different things that is quintessentially the most unique thing about being human. And one of them, dare I say, is incredibly controversial. If you're wondering, okay, what is the other like 3 or 5 other things? The capacity to be fully aware of how irrational you are. Or in other words, being emotionally intelligent. That would be the second one. Problem solving, critical thinking, they kind of go hand in hand, so I don't want to make them into... So problem solving and critical thinking. Emotional intelligence. Like, those 2, not optional. If you talk to me like a robot with like hyper information on the internet, then we're gonna have to work on that. Those are strong opinions. Those are the opinions that are very strong that I have. Giving up your humanity is the lowest bar. That's the crossing a line. If you give up your humanity, I am going to do everything in my power to convince you otherwise. So if you want a strong opinion, that's probably one of them. It sounds like a cheap cop-out, but some people give up their parts of their humanity unconsciously, or even gaslit and conditioned to give up part of their humanity, like their self-value, their perception of self-value. You just throw it out the window. Like, here, this tool is going to tell me how valuable I am, right? That's free. Number 3, one of the 3 in no particular order. This is no particular, but the third one, agency, human agency. If you freely give up human agency to objectivity, or like some tool that says they're objective, then you've given up your willingness, right? Your willpower. So these are fundamental things, and I'm not a person who compromises on that. If you say you have no choice to do something, and I see choices, I'm gonna be very like not so subtle about it, because I refuse to believe that someone would give up their life or give up thinking and trying, consistently trying, because that involves critical thinking. All 3 of these are related, right? Being empathetic, emotional intelligence is also inward, by the way. So all these are linked together. You have agency to exercise emotional intelligence to consistently promote critical thinking and problem solving for yourself and other people and things around you, right? I refuse to believe it. I will not tell someone it is okay to do that. You have to keep those with you, right? So that's a way to give a strong opinion. I have strong opinions about these things. These things are non-negotiable. So if there's anything outside of that, no, not really. To give you like an extent of where my opinions are. I'm not too bothered by receiving presents on Christmas or birthday, but you always make an effort to give gifts, as that's the societal norm in your country. And yeah, I participate in gift giving when it's socially normative. Yeah, for sure. So I used to say something like, here's a bit of my like 20-year-old self. Back when I was younger, I often said this phrase to myself: I wish I was rich. Now you might be thinking, hold, this is sorry, this is a little clickbaity, out of context. I remember when I was younger, I constantly think about the phrase, this is one of those if I were rich moments, right? And when it came to presents, I always, every time, it's not other people's problem, it's my own problem, right? And I always, whenever I'm giving gifts and I have to think about gifts, it always comes back down to the feeling that I tell myself, this is one of those if I were rich moments. Because I want to give the world. Like, the people who give gifts to me, right? The people who I exchange, I want to give them everything. And so you might be thinking it's a selfish request to not give at all, largely because it saves me the anxiety and the problems. I mean, there are things that make me anxious. I still have insecurities, obviously, but the insecurities that most people have are not the same. The insecurities that other people have, especially online when they're talking about it, they probably have the same insecurities, but they have bigger insecurities, like talking to strangers online, trusting strangers online. Those tend to overshadow. But when you don't have, in my opinion, when you don't have insecurities with talking to strangers, getting their trust, or helping them, then other insecurities, in my opinion, takes their place because we're irrational things. We're human beings. And one of the worst ones that I've had in my early life is every time I receive a gift, for most of my life, the people I receive gifts from are more privileged than I am, like overall. But that's not because I'm blaming them. Is that they are privileged and they're willing to share their privilege, right? And for me, all I can think about is I need to spend the rest of my life becoming as privileged as I can possibly be because I want to give those people the world. And I tend to find myself saying this phrase, man, this is if I were rich moment. So then it'd be like a long table discussion about, okay, so someone would ask, well, if you were rich, what would you do? Right? And say for a hypothetical friend, and I would spend like 6 to 7 hours explaining where I would go with that, because most of my life I'm preoccupied with the details of my immediate environment than the bigger picture of things. Yes, when I was younger, like most people, my field of view and my world perspective was incredibly small. But think about it this way. If I'm me now, who is overly concerned, some may argue overly concerned, with everything on a bigger scale, imagine what that's like when you're a kid and you're only worrying about the people around you. So instead of spending all day in and day out worrying about bigger picture stuff and learning about lots of things, I only get to pay attention to the things that are immediately around me, because this is before, like, you know, the internet is still hasn't really taken hold that much when I was younger. So I'm hyper focused on everything around me. So everything gave me anxiety, right? Because I'm overly concerned with everything. You know, I'm standing on the bus stop when I'm 13 and I'm thinking about all the possible permutations in which that highway that's right next to, you know, that 4-lane area, what happens if there's a car crash or something? Like, oh, if this happens and this happens, then that's gonna happen. And it's like, what is this person? This person looks like, what, you know, they're dressed like this, they're wearing those type of shoes, they have that type of hair. Like, it was insane. And then when you think about gift giving, That's absurd. I might not have ever expressed this to my friends, largely because I'm already past that stage in my life before this. But gift giving is manageable now. It used to be not manageable. How does this come up recently? It did come up recently. Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day was in February, and Sub-Zero was talking about a type of gift that he wants to give his girlfriend of, I think it was either 4 or 5 years, and Gecko is happily married for many years. I forgot how many. I think it's like 20 years. So he like shared advice and stuff. So that kind of thing, I thought about it for so long now. So when someone asks me a question, it's no longer like devastatingly anxiety inducing and whatnot, because when you're high functioning, in my opinion, I consider myself a high functioning person. We thought about this quite a lot already, and now it's very socially normal for me to organize all the things that I'm thinking about when we're having a conversation. Yesterday, I met someone new, by the way. We also spent 2.5 hours talking. He's an airplane pilot. He recently got a ticket to a Zutomayo concert in Japan. Pretty sweet. Kudos to him. We talked about Japanese. So there's a lot of details I'm already sorting out about that guy, who he has dragon in his handle. That's all I can remember, but things like this happen quite a lot. And gifting presents is like a whole different ball game. And I am appreciative that by coincidence my friends understand that too. Okay. The main talking point of reform is about migration. That's a very, very concise statement that is very important to keep in mind. Yes, the main talking point is about migration. The way you talk about evaluating 2 arguments and recognize the pros and cons, but not being able to say which side you fall on, that reminded me of a skit about investing money. Gold has these pros and cons, so should I invest in it? I don't know. Mutual funds have those pros and cons, so I should suggest so should I invest in it? I don't know, and so on. Yes. And it's infuriating. Like, hear me out. When you have a policy maker, right? If you're asking an expert, right, you oftentimes, the person who's asking requires that the expert makes a concise recommendation, right? And I'm not saying that experts don't do what I do and end up being incapable. They're not mutually exclusive of each other. They can be inclusive of each other. But I'm not one of those I'm not one of those individuals. I probably would still be an expert today, offering some sort of advice and professionally. I'm saying that though, that I could picture myself in the future being comfortable enough to make decisions like that again. I didn't actually make those kind of decisions alone, unilaterally, and or from a perspective of knowing what I'm doing. Most of my life was under the tutelage of people who are much more decisive than I am. And I had colleagues, people who are able to peer review and help me with these things. My first oral exam, that gives away some stuff. My first oral exam was a disaster. My second was a near disaster. And over time, as going through higher education, it allowed me to be more decisive, while also acknowledging that this can hit the poop chute, right? These things can hit the poop chute. So in the bottom line is that why is this going to sound awful? This might be taken out of context, but one cannot be too kind in policy making. It's there's only so much kindness you can have, so much empathy you can use that will not interfere with pragmatic choices, right? Leaders make tough decisions. They make morally questionable decisions because pragmatism and logical evaluations are not morally justified a lot of times. Like you have to choose sometimes, and those type of situations, if you're very, very empathetic, you might not make a decision at all. Like an indecision, depending on who you ask, right? But indecision can be even worse than making a decision, and that's being proactive, right? Indecision means that nothing changes, and you hope that it works out, and that's the last thing I want to promote to people. And how do I not do that unintentionally to other people? I seek out people who are already on the other end of a spectrum. So I run towards trouble a lot of times. I attract the only people who resonate with me are individuals who might find my moderate perspective on things, my moderated and more like experience oriented thing interesting. And that often means, I'm not saying they are people who are in need of help or rescue. It's more like they might have stronger opinions on certain sides, and they became interested in listening to me drone on about everything from a moderate standpoint. Like, I don't go out of my way to contradict you. I go out of my way to agree with you and spin it a different way. That is someone a moderate would do, not someone who's opposing you. So anyone who's in the middle, it's rare. They don't stick around very often because it's like, yeah, we all agree. It gets a little boring after a while. I think you mentioned that earlier and I might have missed it. Oh yeah. It seems like being fairly neutral is boring compared to the extremes, even when it's yourself that's being like that. Yes, exactly. That's probably how that goes. And you know why I prefer to listen to other people's stories? Why I stream language learning even to this day and hearing other people's extreme opinions? Because it's not interesting. I don't find myself particularly interesting. Those who find me interesting have contrasting enough opinions that it doesn't feel like I'm attacking them for their personal belief because I'm in the middle. And then those other people much rather have a heated discussion with people at the opposite end, right? It's like hyperpolarized internet thing. I'm more of a modest step over. I won't strongly disagree with you on probably nearly most things. I'll try to rationalize what I observe and leverage my empathy to rationalize what you think is accurate, and I'll reinforce probably what you think is accurate and then present a different case, a case that might be inclusive of yours. So like the whole flower business, right? The whole flower business. I'm not going to tell you that what an opposite person would say is drop that now. It's the worst thing you could possibly do in your life. I can say that because I'm aware that's what a lot of people would say, right? It's like suck it up, you're weak, right? That type of thing is antagonistic. It's incredibly unempathetic. It's almost like they care more about their ideology. They care more about their ideology and presenting their case than understanding where you're coming from. So for me, fictitious, for me, I want to use that, right? I have to understand why it's important to you and what it does, and then try to normalize it, or try to like normalize what I understand about you and then normalize a different perspective. And I like the word migration. The migration is pretty wonderful because when you can migrate to a new place, but you can still go back every once in a while. Now, that is not strong enough for a lot of people. Shock therapy is necessary. Hence why I'm not a professional therapist, right? Like sometimes therapists have to make very, very strong choices, right? There are people you must attack. There are people you must give an ultimatum. And I don't want to end up being in that situation. So most of this type of conversation is voluntary. If you don't like it, you leave, which is great. But it's not so great for my bottom line because I don't want people to leave. What I mean by that is not like for viewership thing. I don't want people to give up all the time. When the going gets tough, don't give up, right? But the normalized internet behavior nowadays, it's easier to give up. It's easier to use avoidant behavior and the least path of resistance in order to normalize everything. So the next time you have to click twice instead of click once, and you flip a table because some developers decided to make you click twice every time, and you're like using your vast wealth of knowledge calculating how much time you lost by clicking twice every time you do this action. That's what I'm talking about. You can do more than that, but for now, kind of a compromise. I like people to want to talk through their things, but it is a really, really hard thing to do if you're already on the internet. You don't want to do that. We are spoiled by technology, myself included, and that's a great thing for pragmatic uses. I don't think it's a great thing personally, and this is that strong opinion area. I don't think it's a great personal thing for empathy and sympathy. You don't engage in empathy and sympathy and emotional intelligence when you're constantly saying that is less efficient. Empathy curses efficiency. You don't like asking questions. You don't like typing out the answers to questions because it's less efficient, right? There should be like a word for empathy being inefficient. It's irrational to be inefficient, right? All right. We're good. We're good for today. This is a good one. I get to talk about some of my favorite topics. I actually quite like talking about politics, for the record. Yes, you often wish you could talk. You could talk to me rather than type. You popped into my Discord. One time, right, when you asked me if I was streaming. You can probably already read the Discord, the two Discords. I type like 80 to 90% of the things in the Discord. Like someone sends me a link, I'll give you like 6 paragraphs. Yeah, so my typing doesn't really change. Actually, here's one thing that does change when I'm typing. I get to type more complex words, and like it gets very verbose. It gets incredibly technical. When I'm streaming, I tell myself that I need to talk not like the way I type. But when I'm typing, it's because I spend a lot of time writing, and most of the writing things I do is very technical. So it actually is far more harder to read than hearing me speak. So I've always I've kind of embraced it now. I no longer make an active decision to like try to make my typing any, like, if I'm reacting to something, I'll type fairly normal, but when I'm explaining something, it becomes like a jumble words. it it the logic becomes incredibly hard to follow, like as though I'm writing excerpts of an essay that I've been working on for like years. So yeah, I don't think this changes too much if I'm typing, but I totally understand from the other perspective. I would love for a platform that incentivizes these things, but they don't. And personally, I don't want to force that obligation on anyone. Like we talk about before in the hypothetical of having all knowledge being logical about existence is a dangerous path to go down. Yeah, because you don't know. It's unprecedented. Having all knowing knowledge. Tell me when it's possible, I suppose. I scare myself. Like if hear me here, another concession, right? I think asking someone who believes, at least I believe, I've gone through life hitting lots of lows that are invisible, like invisible lows, and knowing the thoughts and stuff that I've had in my incredible lows is probably one of the sources of reservation that I have when I have to make decisions for other people's lives, right? If I sound very well composed, like I don't know if I do. If someone says like, "Oh yeah, you seem to be very logical, you seem to know that how things work and how to explain things in a rational way," and all I can think about is what the bottom is, right? If I sound like this to a lot of people, that's fantastic. But then when someone says, okay, what if you take on all of these responsibilities, then immediately I immediately think about how bad could it get. And it's interesting that when you meet someone and you see them, they're well put together, they're successful or something like that, you might not imagine a world in which their bottom is like unimaginable, basically. So my bottom is very, very far. And I think that is what makes me more empathetic than someone who is consistently successful through their entire life and they have no way of ascertaining where the bottom is. My bottom was pretty bad. Like, recently someone shared that they have intrusive thoughts, and I'm no short of intrusive thoughts. I have intrusive thoughts all the time. When I get up, when I sleep, when I dream, I have intrusive thoughts all over the place. What ends up being the consequence, the output is different though. The output is the result of life experiences. So I smile, I say intrusive thoughts as though like I want to give the impression that they're manageable. And that's great. How durable I am and how strong I am, well, sometimes I fear pushing that envelope, right? And that's kind of the whole political leader thing. I had considered it, by the way. I had considered becoming a policy maker. There was a guy who visited our school, our university, no, our college, and they were trying to encourage scientific minds, those who are scientific minds, to be interested in policy making because they like the idea of having more people who think this way or have these particular mindset to consider. And the person who's speaking was a scientist, so he was one of the people who advised. Sure enough, at the time it was Obama, right? President Obama. But I was attracted to it. That person presented very cogent, arguments because it was a scientist appealing to a scientist, right? To a group of aspiring scientists. And then once that trip was over, I sit down and I sobered up from the narrative that person presented, and I was immediately swarmed with intrusive thoughts. Like immediately I'm like, oh, but you have to do like this, like, and it doesn't help. It definitely doesn't help when you live in a country where the politics are up for scrutiny by basically every foreigner in the world. And and that did not change. Like that's like 10 years ago. It's only worse now, or like worse from my own selfish desires. My own selfish desire is worse because I am even less likely to ever want to be a policymaker now than more than ever because of the internet. The post-internet age has made it even more destructive. Think about, I'll give you an example. Think about any current politician who is also an expert in a field of science. When they try to present something on the internet, I can only imagine the types of feelings that they get as a person. Now, do they show any of that? No, they're politicians. They're policymakers. They have to show a sign of confidence. And, you know, I mean, certainly some of them might be really actually don't have a problem with this, but it's hard for me to believe that someone who works in a field that has to make all these considerations in the first place then suddenly also pivot as a policymaker to not get slapped really hard, like as a human being, by the internet. So those people, while I completely admire them and know that I can never take that position, it's astonishing what those people have to live with. At least personally, they might not feel the same, right? Like I don't think I've ever interviewed a person in politics or anything like that, but you could even see it in their age, like their behavior. Like it's very sobering thought. I think power. What's a good movie? Wasn't there like a show or movie where the theme was you give power to the people who don't desire that power? Oh, it might have been a Harry Potter thing, actually. it could be the philosopher. It could be the what you call it, the Sorcerer's Stone. It could be the synopsis, like the theme of the Sorcerer's Stone. A person. It sounds great on paper, right? Give power to a person who don't desire that power. But the question is, will that person be able to survive with that power? And you might be thinking, oh yeah, there's corruption and stuff. It's like, yeah, a weakness creates an opportunity for corruption, right? So it sounds great from a fantasy standpoint or from on paper, like a isolated perspective. Here, I'll give you the power because you don't desire that power. Therefore, you are less likely to abuse it. It's like, well, yes. However, that person is probably even more easily manipulated. Because you don't have people in a power in a vacuum. So oftentimes when I think of the wholesome messages that fantasy writers and science fiction writers write, it's like, yes, in a very ideal case, the idea that the person behaves in a vacuum, right? Giving someone power, access to power in which they wouldn't abuse it or don't really want it in the first place, makes them weak. They are weaker as well. So the moment you give the power to that person, they're probably going to be a puppet. you're gonna be swayed, right? Like a benevolent leader can be swayed by more people. So cue the like anime that spins a Game of Thrones. The benevolent king or benevolent leader is the one that ends up on the chopping block, because while they don't want power, and you might be thinking their empathy will help guide their like people and stuff, it's rare to have benevolence and strength. Like strength in the sense of making tough decisions and being able to push back resistance. So oftentimes very benevolent people are incredibly rare in a position of power, largely because there are people who are not that empathetic that will seize that power. You've had some. What do you use the voice channel for? Oh wait. Yes, you notice that. I would like you to somewhat talk like you type, as I love learning new words. Oh no. No, the reason why I don't talk like that is there is a really pragmatic reason why I don't talk like that, is because it's already hard enough to not sound condescending and mansplaining at times. I've been accused of that multiple times. Is that when you record this type of thing, it becomes even less appropriate, right? However, if you ever want to know new words and stuff, it's probably when I'm typing something. So you can always feel free to try to follow the run-on sentences and the complex random thought process when I'm typing. What do I use a voice channels for? I streamed for over 6 years now, and there was a time when I used to play with other people. And that took taking out of context. I used to play video games with other people, and we used to have voice channels for that. When I started, I tried to do some collaborative work early, and I've noticed that the opinions I have now about professionalism and the lack of vetting systems and accountability when it comes to content creation. Hence, it cannot be a professional like career, a profession, until it has a vetting system. That came from experiments with voice channels and participating early days on like collaborative work. Without saying too much, you can probably imagine how that ended up. So yesterday, I think Dragon asked me, what about, it would be interesting to them to hear me record an italki session. As in, italki is a tutor middleman service where it takes you it puts you in contact with a teacher, a foreign language teacher, and the person paying to learn language. And my first comment was like, there's also permissions and professional courtesy and all that stuff. And oftentimes my response is, I need to establish rapport and a professional and also somewhat of a relational requirement to interact with anyone ever again, like collaboratively, professionally. So if italki is a platform, I'm expecting that italki has to guarantee that the other person is a professional. That's not true. Italki is a middleman. While they evaluate and they have like certain guidelines and stuff, there is absolutely no guarantee that that person at the other end it has similar criteria and meeting like selection factors that I have. That kind of goes back to the whole voice channel thing. So the voice channel thing is like a relic. There used to be a time where I have that available for someone who doesn't want to use their own personal voice channel. So I used to hang out with other people. Like I'm that background guy. So it was a lovely time. Those were all positive experiences, by the way. Like most of them were positive experiences. However, professional courtesy, collaboration, and if someone is already, like, for example, I'm not sure if you find that I'm a rare case, but if I'm a rare case, imagine trying to find another rare case to voice chat. so yeah, voice channels. I was practicing putting on different masks, and I put on a bunch of different masks over the last 6 or 7 years, and that's kind of a fun reflection since today is a birthday stream, right? I put on a lot of different masks over the 6+ years, and most of the decisions that I've made when I started recording these videos and putting them on YouTube, which is like about 1.5 years ago, that was after 5+ years of experimentation. And I didn't experiment based on what I saw online, you know, how people, I did watch them, but it was like it wasn't solely based on them, but it was taking them into consideration. Like, oh yeah, you got to do this, you got to do that. This is how you stay regular. This is, you always have to, so all those buzz things. Yeah, 5 years, 5+ years. And nowadays I still have people telling me what is the best way to go about making myself happy as a streamer, right? Or why don't I do this and tag this and put hashtags here and play this video game and stuff? It's like, yeah, I get it. I mean, I understand that. The question is, do they understand me? Well, the answer is no, they probably don't, because I haven't made that available yet. Right? It took more. I genuinely say, for my threshold, 5 years is a little bit to ask to even qualify to be vetted as a content creator. Now, there's no professional vetting for content creators or streamers or any of that. They start vanilla. How whatever life experience they have, they go into it and they accumulate that experience. So there's no vetting process involved. So anything they do from that day, they are held responsible. So how often do you hear someone becoming very popular and suddenly something they did at the beginning came back to bite them or to affect their optics? Not a ton of professionals who are already professional would say, oh yeah, I'm going to give up all of that and become a content creator and or influencer. But those who did brought all of their experience to the creation process. There are far less people who are consistent at making it great without already having been a professional beforehand, right? Those are the most consistent, successful content creators of today. Now, there are obviously stories of other people, right? Other people who coincidentally also have those qualities, and or luck. There's definitely luck involved. And it goes without saying, voice channels, it's tough to have something dedicated to a voice channel when it also means that that thing has to be consistent moving forward, right? So most of my conversations and stuff are in private. I actually chat a lot with other people online, just not publicly. I have attempted to, I used the voice channel maybe 2 years ago. Me and my closest friends, one of the brothers, Eric, and I, we were playing Warhammer 40k Dark Tides and talked about pretty much these things. We talked about politics, gaming industry controversy, and things like that. But we are of like mind, so we did not make any like aggressive contradictions to each other. We're two people who expound upon each other. So sometimes I take a break from saying things because Eric would say most of the things I would say. And then when Eric doesn't have anything or haven't thought about anything, I would think about something he would otherwise have thought of. And that's kind of how the dynamics work when I'm talking to someone else. Otherwise, it goes back to that. What happened then? Why did voice channels become a relic of the past? I have a moderate perspective. So whoever I am with, whoever's talking on either my stream or the other person's stream, I get overpowered. I'm the guy that needs a problem to solve. So if the person's perfectly happy, then I don't say anything. And the things I say gets overpowered. So when you're thinking about from a content perspective, I only choose to go on stream to be heard, right? In interacting with someone else. So if I'm ever paired up with someone, then that person will overpower me in very quickly. Unless I find someone or bump into someone who is as that way. However, those people, most of them work professionally, not as content creators. All my best friends work professionally in some very high responsibility profession, and if I talk to them, yeah, sure, but they don't have the time of day for that, and I don't want to obligate them to do so. So that's kind of the long story short about voice chatting. There was a time where like I invited someone and they basically said something very, very inappropriate, and you have ups and downs, but generally they were positive experiences. They don't necessarily highlight what I do. Long story long. Yeah, long story long. It's a good thing to go out, like put it out there, right? You don't. There's no evidence of these things because Twitch, right? Twitch has this incredibly functional, pragmatic decision making. VODs are not stored, and then they recently, actually 2 weeks ago, they recently enforced upper limit storage as well. So now you can't upload certain things for posterity. Your VODs are also temporary. So the first 5+ years of streaming are gone to the ether. You have my stories, my long story short, long story long versions now, and I try to preserve as much of the stories, but they are no longer available. After those 5 years, it's gonna be a trust me bro situation, right? And then the rest is history. The rest is recorded and they're all stored on YouTube. For anyone who's like so interested, for the record, that it's not, right? I'd be surprised if someone is able to recall as much as you do, or Gecko. I think, yeah, you guys probably take the crown right now. So if there's anything, I probably know more about the two of you than a substantial number of strangers over the last 7 years. This is the 7th year, so we're going into the 7th year. You've had some big lows, but from what you're saying, I don't think my bottom is as far as down as yours. It's not a competition. I'm glad to hear that's it, right? I think you should say that with pride. So that's probably a better way to phrase it. I'm glad to hear that your bottom is not as far as mine, and if your bottom is farther down than mine, I'm glad you don't have to say that. You don't think that, right? That's probably the most important thing too. That's the phrase that I would say. You should be like, I think you should be proud and arrogant, a little bit more arrogant about saying, yeah, I've hit some big lows, but never again, right? We don't have to think about that. The comparison of lows can be a thing that the internet does very, very well, right? You constantly highlight that. for better or for worse. There's things like, oh, I'm pretty good at this, and then it's like, well, not as good as those people on the internet. It's like, man, I'm really depressed. Well, not as depressed as those people on the internet. I hope I'm not doing that. I have lows, pretty big lows. But if there's anything we probably would not want to entertain, is who has bigger lows. So I'm glad to hear that you don't think your lows are. That means we'll switch it, and then it's still being complicit. But I hope then your highs are higher than my highs. You know, because as far as I know, I think I have fewer years than you. If we're comparing things. What is your response to me saying you're kind, smart, thoughtful, etc.? I take it with a grain of salt. I can appear kind, smart, and I hope I can appear a lot of things. But the thing that I would be very cognizant of is I don't want people to think that I'm always kind, I'm always smart, and I'm always thoughtful, right? I really appreciate that in the moment, words and praise. I used to have a really terrible time accepting compliments and or things of a favorable light because of that idea of, well, I'm not always kind, I'm not always smart, but I totally understand how that would be interpreted. So most of the time my response tend to be, I try my best. I try my best to exude characteristics that someone finds important, right? You think I'm older than you? No, the other way around. I have fewer years left. I was talking about the desire to live longer. So I'm like, I'm grasping. I phrase the thing as something to be desired, as opposed to something to be negative. Like, yeah, you're still doing your undergraduate degree. Yeah, so you have more years than I do. So I was trying to say, like, yeah, that's the thing to be celebrated. You have lots of thoughts, you have highs and lows, but you also got more years as well, right? I don't feel sad that I have fewer years, but I think when someone is in their lows, they should also be celebrating and having privilege of recognizing that they have lots of things. And my joke, or a bit of a joke that kind of went a bit backwards, is that you have a lot more years. And isn't that great? Screw the lows, make more highs, right? For God's sake, I spent this last 10 minutes trying to find why I can't Prime sub to me. Turns out it's because I'm on an Amazon free trial. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, that's weird. So, oh, is that a thing? I didn't even know Amazon free trial limits that. Huh. The reason I asked about your results is that I usually try to be humble about people praising me and almost reject it. Yes, I used to be like that. But your father said doing that is like throwing a gift someone gives you. Yeah. Hear me out. Absolutely. For the most part, right? However, I understand where that comes from. So maybe your father sounds like he has normalized and a very gracious person, right? A grateful person. With that said, the generation of today has made it even more prone to reject praise, because you get reminded of all the things you dislike about yourself, or comparatively worse when you're online, right? So yeah, I would say the same. It's like, nah, you're a kind and smart person. Sometimes, even if you reject it, like from my perspective, even if you reject it, if you went out of your way to reject my compliment, at least you listened. I think, again, I'm making a competition again about something. I find far more concerning when you compliment someone and they say nothing. Don't even like acknowledge that it happened. That is someone who doesn't even internalize that they're being complimented. So I do that sometimes. Still. Right. You're gonna go for a little bit, but I'll be back. Yeah, I have to take a bathroom break. And then we'll definitely finish this. I'll be back. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, having someone that seems like they aren't even processing the praise seems insulting. It usually ends up being a lose-lose situation for the person giving the praise and the person receiving the praise, you know? Like if you had to take a wager, usually not being able to process an interaction tends to result in a likelihood of a poor interaction than any other combination, in my opinion. Okay, let's get back to this. I got our digression, digression with a wonderful coffee table talk. So, okay. Okay. What am I doing here? Lion, eagle. Okay.
豚
Buta. Okay. Whoops. No one saw that. Hey. This is the Fonzie. This is the Fonzie character. Hey. Okay. Um Wait, was this supposed to be sky blue? It's not water blue, obviously, right? It's sky blue. Tricky, tricky, tricky.
本当に、
本当に。Oh, think about old things, archaeology, right?
Kokogaku.
考古学。
元、
元。R. I can't spell. I think I missed the O. Yeah. And then I have a habit of deciding if there's an AE. I guess that's the British spelling, right? With the AE. Oh no. Is this... Wait, is this Mizu? Mizuiro? Or is this Suiro? No, it's Mizuiro.
水色
Suiro.
首
Maybe. Whoops. Um...
Dekiru.
Yakiru. Oh no. It's like... Arriving ahead? Yeah, arriving ahead. um... 不人気。
不人気
不人気。then 周り no, what are my other choices? Then is my only choice, right? And we use Mawaru as the thing. Ah! Okay. What do you have? Oh, Saki. That's right. I should have taken more time. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Dang it. That is not my only thing. Saki. Tucky as a standalone. I had a feeling I should have stopped longer, but you know, I was getting impatient. That's fine. It's a special case. We hate to see special cases.
店
Eh,
先回り
Himawari doesn't help. There's no mnemonic for this. It's just you read it and you know Saki, you know Saki. Yeah. No extra reinforcement. One of the downsides that I need to patch up. I pause on pretty much every one of those characters. So the weakest character is definitely life. And we'll continue to pause on them until more certain. Shimai. Right?
姉妹なくなる
Nakunaru. Wait. Angae.
考え
Angae. Sorry, excuse me. Oh. Hold. Hold. It ends up being soon, but oh no, wait. Soon is acceptable, but where are the other ones? Right? Is it still like as soon as possible or like immediate? Or yeah, it ended up being dealing with time, right? Soon was acceptable in the near future. And this is Chika. Chika. Jika. Jika is the
近々
Jika.
色
Iro. Shortened, right? Shuketsu. Shuketsu. I don't think Shutsu? Shutsuketsu? No. Shuketsu. And it's not chi, right?
出血
Shuketsu. Not yet. Okay.
三角形
三角形。
茶色
茶色。
治る
治る。
行き、
生き。
食べる、
食べる。うん。
近く、
近く。うん。対策。はい。対策。
対策、
海洋性。ね。
海洋性、
海洋性。
豚肉、
豚肉。うん
作り方、
作り方。What are the other choices? Oh yeah, neighborhood vicinity. That's right. Close nearby is what I added.
手首、
手首。Is this like do in a big way or is it a masterpiece? Big work. What was do in a big way? That had to do with way, right? So this is the big masterpiece thing. Yeah? Like big work? Monumental work? Masterpiece. Masterpiece. Yes.
私、
Ashi. Oh. Two loaves.
2斤、
Nikin. One loaf. Ikin. Um. Huh. Oh no. Was this? So we have choku, right? Choku and uh gyo, right? Um or is it ko? Choku ko no. Jiki? Jiki ko sounds awful. Hmm. I'm not so sure about this one. Gyo is terrible. And then I wanted to shorten it, so Choko. Whoops. Yes. Choko sounds better.
直行
Choko. Ishi.
石
Ishi. Ie.
家
District. Right, district of a town. Da. No. Sho. Ne? Yes. Sho. Eh?
丁目
Chome. Okay. Night. Wait. What else can it be? Not there. Okay.
一斤
Ikin. Okay. Daio. Ne?
大用
Tezukuri. Ah. Tezukuri.
手作り
Tezukuri. Oh. That's a misspelling. um. To substitute for, what are we substituting? R.
変わる
Kawaru.
クビになる
Ininaru. Shine. Sun. Karu.
光る
Karu.
「代金
Daiki. Oh, relax. At least they included the safe. Yeah. I think I'm gonna add safe to this though. Tezukuri.
分ける
Wakeru.
火星、
せ、
お茶、
お茶、
見当たる、
見当たる。that's a typo. Wait, 入学. 入学. Oh,
入学、
enrollment. Oh.
羊、
羊。仕方. Oh, wait.
中学生、
中学生。
私立、
私立。
小学生、
小学生。
仕方がない、
仕方がない。がない。
小声、
ここへ。
午前、
午前。
号室、
皇室。
同日、
同日。This did not take on Kunyomi, right? So yeah, yo yomo. Yeah,
羊毛
yomo. Uh-oh. Oseki? Ne? Wait. Hold up. Yeah. That's fine, right? Yeah, seki. Oseki.
宝石、
Oseki. Oseki. Ah, 切り取る。
切り取る
切り取る。
死ぬ
死ぬ。
木星
木星。
今年
今年。To cut out? Okay.
前
My
社長、
社長。
し、
し。
冬休み
冬休み。Wait. What does the suit have to do with the umbrella? This is definitely the Totoro thing, right? I don't remember what the suit has to do with the umbrella. This is the day. Maybe like it's I don't remember. This is a day. So you're giving a gift to Totoro. Oh, I guess just don't do. Oh, spirit. That's right. This is spirit, not suit. Suit is Hansa hero. That makes sense. Okay. Was a forest spirit. Totoro is a spirit. Okay. Shise? Shisho? Shise? Shisekatsu. Ne? Shisekatsu. I had to pause at every one of these characters just to deliberate. Shishokatsu sounds that kind of sounds okay too. But show is wait, I know because there's only one show that I have, right? Show is the only one I have at the moment. So shisekatsu.
私生活
Shisekatsu. That's kind of a crutch right now, but that's fine.
お兄さん
Onisa. Ozora.
大空
Ozora. Yes. Wait, was it this that I have a problem with yesterday, or was that Hansa Hero? Oh, I think that was the Hansa Hero side, right? So what was this? We have a king, rice patty, soil. Why was this a problem before? Oh, it had the Chinese mile in it. That's right. This one's just written.
One-san.
One-san. Whoops.
大きく
大きく. Hi. Right? Oh no.
一体
Itai. It could be, but Ichidai. Ichidai is what I'm thinking of. So wait, hold up. It was one life, one breath. But is it one body? The heck was one body? The whole body? One's the heck? Hmm. One body. Is this one body, one breath? No, it's one life, one breath. What the heck is it like the whole body? No! Wait, this is the heck, isn't it? Oh my gosh, it's gonna take me so long to remember this. It's the heck. So it's like one body, so like one. How am I gonna remember this? Right off the bat. It takes me so long. Itai. Oh, you know what? I should have known by the read. Itai. Right? Yeah, it's like the heck? In the world on Earth? Use.
Nagai.
Nangai. No. Right? Katsuyo. Ha yo? No, that sounds awful.
活用
Katsuyo. Hmm. In a big way. What the? Oh, that's dialect. It's the reverse. And it's using something else. That's heckin' dialect. Yeah, that's fine. um,
科学
Hanguk.
点
And is this Jupun? It's not supposed to be Jupun, right? Jupun. Is this Jupun? This meant totally or something. Or is it something else? Don't remember. Send help. N hearts. Oh, this is enough, right? It means enough. But I'm not sure if it's hun or hun anymore. I think because it's not hun or pun, right? It's not jupun, which could be jupun for like 10 minutes. This is jupun, jupun. Jupun. Jupun is enough. This is where I have a problem.
十分
Yeah, Jubun. But I wonder how they explain Jupun in the future. Interesting. I had a problem with this a while ago too. Like, wait a minute. Right, this is enough. Right. Yes.
小さい、
小さい。あ、待つ。方言。ね。
方言、
方言。51. Oh, yeah. We were, yes. All the rest of the reviews, right? Hmm.
主人、
主人。A bit? Oh, my double T's.
作文、
作文。
取る、
取る。This traveling, right? Oh,
学ぶ
Manabu. Aotoshi. No. Seibun. No. Aotoshi. Aotoshi sounds fine. Seinen. No, seinen works. Seinen. Yes.
青年
Aotoshi. Seinen. um. Walk. Oh no, run. Sorry, run. So, Sogyo? No, Soko? Oh, Soko or Sogyo. I don't remember a mnemonic for this. Is there a mnemonic for this? Why would it be Gyo if it was Gyo? I don't think so.
走行
Yeah, see, this stuff is not cool. Because Gyo is part of the other previous mnemonic, so they would need a thing to distinguish between Gyo and Ko, even if it's rare. Oh. Wait. Yes.
女、
女、
何、
何、
大文字、
大文字。
学生、
学生、
砂糖、
砂糖。Leader? Wait. Body? Not body. Rest? What happens when you rest? How am I'm drawing a blank. Leader leaning against. Oh, Q. Q.
休学、
Yugaku. Wait. Does this have a rendaku? Does this have a rendaku? Shitai versus shitai. Shitai. How do I feel about shitai? I think there's no rendaku, right? No. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh. No, wait. Yes. Right? No rendaku.
死体、
はい。はい。
工学、
工学。The heck? I keep spelling with an S.
行く、
Dude. Yonju
42、
42?
お金、
お金。 年上。
年上。
うん。
牛肉、
牛肉。
見える、
見える。
宝くじ、
宝くじ。Ah! To be visible? Oh my gosh, that's so annoying. What was to show? Seru. Another downside of the lack of understanding the endings of distinguishing between the endings of the and this is another example of why kana is important still, but yeah, disappointing. No way of distinguishing other than using rote memory. Triggered. Very triggering. It was a 50-50. I wasn't sure if it was to be visible or to show. Oh.
死亡。
雨、
雨。
足りない。
足りない。Triggering. Very triggering.
"切れる。
切れる。
他の人、
他の人。That can be a problem.
人口、
人口。
入り口、
入り口。
元パートナ
元パートナー。 自立?
自立 大きい
大きい。
金
金。
大学
大学。
工作
大作。Alright. Alright. We're good. What time is it? 11? Alright, let's go over our stuff. No need for writing them anymore. So, go. Monix. Wing, box, black, stamp. Husband, clan, boat, fish, yellow, black, circumference, table, temple, gate, self, teacher, top hat, bird, elephant. Where I reads. Yuka. Yuka. You. Tatsu. Satsu. Oh wait. Yeah, we already double checked a couple times, right? Satsu. Let's check again. Yeah. Satsu. And tsu. I. Itsu. Mi. Matsu. Ko. Natsu. Yaku. Actually, I want to check. Okay. Okay. Tsu. Tsu. Ko. Yo. Ri. Yuki. Yuki. All right. How we messed this up? Arriving ahead. Oh, Saki. Saki mawa. Whoops. Mawari. This was definition. Mieru is to be visible. And seems. Dialect. Okay. To see. Can see to be in sight. Alright. That's it for WaniKani today in our Japanese session. Pretty chill. Had a really fun little challenge to talk about like politics or hypotheticals anyways, and things about moderate perspectives and maybe a few life lesson things, sharing opinions, right? Talk about how to share opinions or differing in one's way of approaching the weight of sharing opinions. Yeah. So, I'm gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Know that there's a gigantic digression right in the middle. It was around like 56 reviews in. You know, fast forward. So for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan, mata ne. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Hanzihiro. Thank you.